You know what? I think that there must have been, at some point in humanity's history, we must have been hunting creatures that we used for food with like poisonous hair or something. I can come up with no other reason for why the sensation of hair in your mouth is so viscerally terrible. Anyways, hello guys, welcome to the stream. We're here for some Danganronpa. Last time there was a murder. This time we're solving it. Let's get to work. You guys saying the music's too low? Or is just everything too quiet? Let me see. It's on the minus 24 decibels. Which I think is the same as, yeah. I don't know, what do you guys think? Audio-wise. Twitch is just black, you say? Are you sure about that? Have you tried refreshing? Game quiet, game quiet. It's stream, the video is on Twitch for me. Alright, let me investigate. Can do that. That might be more in line with what's traditionally accepted. Alright, what do we think? What's going on? And that sounds reasonable to me. And it maybe could be a bit louder, but I generally like to side on the side of it being a little too quiet game volume-wise than too loud. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Hopefully. Oh, there's a new Deep Rock Galactic update, eh? Interesting. Anyways, let's get into this. Alright, we were here. Hifumi's body, discovered in the nurse's office. Taka's body, discovered in the equipment room. I was witness to two nightmares, one right after another. No, they weren't nightmares. This is harsh reality. The true nightmare is the reality I have to face every day. But still, why is this happening? Still think the gameplay is too quiet. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I guess it could be a bit louder. Alright, how about that? Better now? Okay. It is important to have it balanced properly for this game, because later on there will be voice acting that we want to have roughly in the same level. Okay. Lots of ellipses. So the way I see this, there's three theories that could explain this. It's either 2 murders, a double murder, or a murder-suicide. That's the way I see it. Wait. All right. I was gonna say, she's not dead, is she? No, she just fainted, right? Toko! Don't tell me Toko, too! Relax, she just passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? Oh, that's right, when Toko is, Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh? We've tried to get her, or we tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. It's like he said, I should just leave her alone for now. So, what do you have to say? Literally nothing. Okay. I mean, I guess we should look at the body. Taka. Damn it! Why did this happen? There's, of course, hammer. Another hammer. Now it's just hammer 4. It's even bigger than before. Is that suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka too?
However...
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? Huh? What do you mean? Celeste was attacked with Justice Hammer 1, then Hifumi was hit with Justice Hammer 2. But this time it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3? Ah, they don't know. They don't know.
What?
What's the matter? Well, when you mentioned Justice Hammer 3, you just reminded me.
What?
Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
What? Hey!
Hifumi's been killed? Yeah.
I see.
Which is why you came to get us. Then we'd better go check it out. Of course, come on. So Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. But as soon as we were out of the physics lab... Ah! Celeste, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office? Something has come up. Yeah, I heard Hifumi's dead, right? But that is not all. It is gone. Huh? What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared? Hifumi's body has disappeared. What? What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared? Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening here?
Hey!
Everyone back to the nurse's office. Yeah, this is a bit crazy. I practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. Oh, I didn't even take note of that, Alex. Oh. I reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. Huh. I couldn't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. It just disappeared? Hina, what do you have to say for yourself? What did you see? Me and Celeste went to the bathroom, but we were only gone for like a minute. And then when we got back...
Indeed.
This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. I will say, I don't remember Celeste being this distraught in previous killings. It's interesting. Granted, I mean, people... Not that it's suspicious to be distraught at the sight of murder, but... It's worth noting. Could mean maybe she's putting up an act to not seem suspicious. Or it could just be that Like this one in particular has really gotten to her. She was personally attacked, which is interesting. But a lot of these people are kind of spiraling mentally given the situation, which makes sense. We are all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died.
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First there were 2 murders, now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural. Oh, hold on, what do you mean 2 murders?
Hina.
Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
It can't be. Taka too. It can't be.
Hina.
Hina, calm down. We're all gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill us, all of us. Family's huge. Can't have been easy to move. Yeah. Then who might the next target be? Toko? Huh?
What?
I completely forgot. She's still unconscious in the equipment room.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? We didn't have a choice. She passed out and she refused to wake up.
huh?
So she is still unconscious?
Damn.
Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why? That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go. We'd be better off without her. Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. Everyone, stop fighting. Right now we need to hurry back.
Huh?
I can't take this anymore. Don't let anyone else to die.
Damn.
Byakuya, if something's happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you. We shot out of the nurse's office and pulled it up the stairs, heading back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there... They moved the other body too. Why? Toko! Thank God you're okay. But right away I noticed there was something very different here. It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something? No, it's not a hallucination. I know I saw it before. What I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before.
Huh?
What? Are you saying Taka disappeared too?
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. Didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously whoever did this has hidden the body. But why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Anyway, our costumed suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree. We gotta hurry and catch him before he kills all of us. Just as a side note, who isn't part of our current cadre that's running around, by the way? That's gotta reduce the suspect list significantly. Because we got Tina, me, Byakuya, Celeste, Toko's been passed out the whole time, presumably. And Sakura. And who does that leave at this point? There's only 10 of us left, and 2 of them are dead. So that just leaves the kind of mystic dude, Hero, and someone else, who I can't remember right now.
Not possible.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that. Huh? Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies?
Well,
When Ifumi's death cry went up, everyone was together on the 3rd floor.
it is so.
After that, we split up into 2 groups. And now, this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko. Right, Kyoko. Oh, I forgot. How could I forget about Kyoko? She's missing too. And she's probably not dead, but hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Tifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love. But we accuse me of being in love again. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't true last time, but things aren't necessarily the same. I don't know. Wait, we didn't see Kyoko or Hiro yet? Well, Kyoko was with us during the time of the first 2 attacks, which were not technically murders. Hiro's the only one we haven't seen like at all during this whole event. Which I feel like that's gotta be a misdirection, right? Because it really is. Just based on Everett's alibis, he's the only possible one at this point. Which would be too easy. That's not at all. It at all. Well, anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
Let's see.
Which means the suspicious individual we're looking for can be none other than Hiro? Which further means there'll be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. Oh, that's right. There's a rule that says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people.
That's right.
As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a 3rd murder. If they were to break that rule... I'd mince ya! Mince ya without a second thought! Mince ya, grind ya, turn ya into paste! By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish, like shrimp or crabs? Indeed.
Let's see.
So since 2 people have been killed, there is no possibility of any more.
Perhaps.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Bakura? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without her, though.
In other words,
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. The 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it, is Hiro. But is he really the killer? And what about Kyoko? She's not involved in this case. Where did she go?
what?
Hey, Mikoto, what's the matter? Oh, no, it's nothing. Whatever, we need to find those bodies, or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then,
Very well. Then let us split up and begin searching.
but
There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case.
'cause I mean,
I know that. I think I do, but... If you're still nervous, I'll come with you.
huh?
Oh, okay. Thank you. No need to thank me. Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything. Byakuya left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find those 2 missing bodies. Okay, well, it wouldn't be in the physics room. Wouldn't really have been one between light and heavy, unless they somehow became zombies and got up themselves. See, where would I hide a body? The art room, maybe? Find anything in here?
Huh?
Where could 2 dead bodies have disappeared to?
Damn.
We need to search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? Ooh, this is locked? Huh? The door must be locked. That's interesting. Why? How? Okay, so it's not the art room. The rec room, maybe? No, well, unless they're in the locker. It's a locker. Alright, do you need to look around this floor? Okay. Could be just a normal classroom, I guess, in theory. Not here. Oh, Makoto!
Come on.
Why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Huh? You mean...
Indeed.
I have found them. Hifumi and Chaka's bodies have both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. Their bodies were in the repository? That is quite the distance, is it not? I'm going the wrong way. Wait, is the repository on this floor? Where's the repository? Oh wait, for the art room, right? I was just there. Why is it only just now unlocked? Huh? Are the bodies here somewhere? I have to wonder where they could have been hidden. Up ahead is the repository. The doorknob turned. I guess it's unlocked? Then I have no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door. And when I entered, I saw... Why move them, though? Some hammers are missing. I'm already telling that immediately. The two bodies that had disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. Then I heard the announcement for a second time.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are. Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out while you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen. It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right. Just hand it over already. Now make sure to investigate with all your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later.
Well then, now that we've found the bodies, all that is left to uncover is the culprit.
What the heck?
Oh, hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know?
That's terrible.
Dead. Gone forever. They're never coming back. Oh, this is all just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large, wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. What? This wasn't... Excuse me? What? Huh? He's alive?
He's alive again?
Where am I?
Cold, so cold. Is winter coming?
Hifumi, wake up!
Huh? That's right.
Huh.
I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything
Everything?
before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasu.
Yasu? Well, and there's that. His eyes closed. And they never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed in his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat. What? No, I would never murder someone with a hammer.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure? Hagakure? I don't know how to pronounce that. You weird Japanese with your foreign sounding names. Anyways, that is the only person he could have been referring to.
So, in other words,
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi? Then going so far as to hide their bodies? A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers? Is that what Hero is?
What is this?
It's true. I can't forgive him. No way can I ever forgive him. To kill two of our friends? Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although this time it's not all that life or death, the trial will conclude without much trouble, which concerns me. This is too clean cut. It can't be this simple.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this, to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. First, I'd better check the Monokuma file. The victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it? Yeah, that's it?
very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Are you talking about Kyoko?
Perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma!
Don't be rude! I'm here to answer your question! What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer.
The answer's no, right?
Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the crime will get to graduate.
If it's a double murder, though, and each kills one of the victims, then would they not both be blackened?
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
so then.
So are you saying nobody worked together this time either?
Hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just wanted to make sure you don't forget no matter how much you might assist in a murder. Only one blackened can graduate, an accomplice gets nothing. But it's a double murder.
So in other words,
Then we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. Put it into action. That's kind of vague. The true blackened? So just one person? Don't forget it can be Hero and the 16th mystery student, even though it's a double murder? Maybe. Though we don't have hard evidence that the 16th student exists, so... Certainly not in universe we don't have. Or from our POV as our character, we don't. That's enough for explainifying! Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants! So there can only be one blackened. An accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. That's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hero is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
Yeah, I don't think we should consider a certain someone a suspect. Don't you think we should consider certain someone a suspect? Just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. What? I'm offended. Yeah. You, when did you? I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found. Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl. Milk sack?
you gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know? She's right about that. When he heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about. On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure. I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But... maybe just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Alright, we got the Monokuma file. Let's start with these hammers. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the wall, although some are more like mallets. Mallets? Could the Justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone, powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all. And it's... wet? Did someone wash it recently? The spotless hammer has been added to the truth bolt section. Interesting. Let's see, Taka. Taka. They'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Interesting. What about Hifumi? Hifumi's big, cold body is laying on the floor. His really big body. And how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office, where he was discovered, to here, the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third? And all without anyone noticing it? How the hell? It's no good, I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Huh. Wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling something's different? Some got Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. That's it, his glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that, and why? Maybe he moved himself here. He was still technically alive when we found him. Hey, Makoto. I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. Huh? What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? We were really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came right to the repository, you know, to look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked. And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it, and why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there, but I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. What do you think, Sakura? There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? Sure? Yeah, let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, then quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo-Justice. It also became clear that this Robo-Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailants. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office. What's wrong? Oh, Shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claim, we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we split up and began searching. Then right after that, Celeste screamed. This time, she had apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. He was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And then... a scream. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Fumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we've got to go back. At that point, we decided to split up into 2 groups. Celestine and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect up on the 3rd floor. And when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse, which is also when we heard the body discovery announcement play. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Why, if he wasn't dead yet, why did the body discovery announcement play? What? Hold on. I guess it could be error, but if he was still alive, we shouldn't have gotten the body discovery announcement, no? If he's just, like, gravely injured. I left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened. But at the same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room, which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. Wait a minute. The body discovery announcement played for Taka, not Hifumi. That's what happened. Interesting. And that's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Okay, so when we found Hifumi initially, he wasn't dead yet. That's gotta be relevant somehow. Then you, me, and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. But as soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was in fact gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something? This time Taka's body had disappeared. So from there we began our search for both of the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies and we all headed to the repository. And there we discovered the 2 bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to now. However, looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. Okay, what else we got to search here? Ooh, what's this? No, not this. If you wait to be like, no, I clicked the wrong thing. Spare me. I wanted this. It's a dolly. It doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Huh, but wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? What do you make of this, Byakuya? Byakuya, do you think Hero really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And last thing Hifumi said when he died. Yeah, he said Hero's name.
So, in other words...
Then there's no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? And to hide his identity, I would imagine. Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see? I mean, he is kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? I probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing two people?
What?
Because all the rules says is if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing two people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on, perhaps. I see, so that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Huh? What's with that attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? Okay, I think that's everything here. There's only one way in and out of this room. It's through the door that Tina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from in the art room. The door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims that there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone... There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There's some places I already know about. First, the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, then the equipment room where Taka was found. Indeed. Alright, let's go to... This is a physics room. Did I go the completely wrong way? No, surely not. Yep. Hey, Jill. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away? I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event! Some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That reminds me of the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire. Could that blood have come from here? Which could mean that Tak's body was moved from the recruitment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. But even if the dolly was used to move Tak's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with the dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Huh, this tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently, too. Justice Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. Odd way of going about things. There's definitely something big we're missing here. No doubt about that. I guess we'll go down again. Head on over to the nurse's office. Perhaps. I guess I'll take a look at the rec room on the way. And there is a murder weapon here. Celeste. Was she really attacked with this Justice Hammer 1? What the heck is with this thing? Also, why, like, start with such... Like, that's a really weird way to do a murder. Like, you start with, like, a really light and wimpy weapon and then work your way up slowly. Why not just start on max? There's gotta be something in here. What do you think, Celeste? What are you investigating, Celeste? I am not investigating anything precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? You know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone? We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time?
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... Can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Celeste's account has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. Justice Hammer 3, the one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Pretty weird. Ooh, what's in here? A mini fridge. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. After everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. Blood transfusions, I guess. Doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. Hold on! Blood for blood transfusions. Wait a minute. Now, it still doesn't make any sense. Like, you could use that to fake some sort of crime scene, I guess. But Taka and Hifumi are both definitely dead, right? What's back there? Trash can? It's just a normal trash can. Huh, wait, there's something inside. It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. It's got some kind of cartoon character on it. But it's also covered in blood.
Oh,
Did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
huh?
A cleaning cloth. And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me either, but I think it might be important. That would Okay, let's imagine this. Hifumi teams up with someone to wear the robot suit. Like, there's definitely a world in which Hifumi covers himself in the blood for the IVs to make himself appear dead, then wipes up his glasses and goes up top. But why? Why? Like, I'm not against that happening, but I don't know why you would do that. Maybe he was like the accomplice of someone else and then got betrayed at the last minute? What? You may only speak in Sakura's voice? Ah. Okay. Sure. We'll do that for like a bit, I guess. Minimum of 5 minutes. Have we found everything here, I wonder? Seems like it. Are those real x-rays? Kinda looks like it. Alright, we'll go back now. I guess that applies to other characters' voices, which is really annoying. You're gonna annoy so many people. I hope you're happy. Joey. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant it to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all to meet up right. You'll remember it well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Yes, Hero's message has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. So he said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? And I guess I guess we'll go. This is now the Sakura Investigation Squad. Checking out Hero's room to see what... I'm also gonna check out Kyoko's in case she's hiding there. Where did that little girl go? I still have no idea where anyone actually lives in this place. You'd think I'd have better navigation skills by now. Especially considering I live at the very end of the hall. I have to pass most of these rooms to get to where I need to go. Wow, no one lives past here now. Must be a quiet place. The door is unlocked. I guess I can go inside. Bianca did say to go look. It might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. Wow, he has so much more internal decorations than my own room. Why am I such a lame-o? This is Hero's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where'd he even get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Alright, let's look around. Let's check the bathroom. Is he cleaning it properly? I soundlessly checked the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy, though. How does a bathroom even get this dirty? Boxes. He was clearly using that to make the robot suit. I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something and some things made of, it looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster. Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. Something about them bothers me. The handwriting appears to be off, indicating that he worked alone, or he didn't work alone. Robo Justice Blueprints has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. It's a normal bed, pretty much just like the one in my room. Is that all that's of note in here? It would seem to be the case. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. We're back to normal. This has been Sakura's investigation. Now it's done. Now that Hina's here. Look, Hodo, big news, big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko! What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the 2nd floor. To think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the 2nd floor as fast as I could. Alright, now we're normal. Completely normal. TF2 spy? Maybe. What the heck? Someone's been busy. Kyoko and,
I mean...
Phew, man, I had the worst day. Hero? What's going on, Kyoko?
Right.
I found Hero. He was jammed into the pool locker room. Or pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean.
I still can't believe you kicked me. Could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Well,
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
it's nothing.
Never mind. Well, that's forceful.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean...
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep. I don't even know how that happened. Then I woke up and then I was here. Could it be Hifumi? I don't know. I feel like it's Hifumi. I've got no basis for that, but I feel like it's Hifumi. I don't care. Do something of that costume. It pains me just to look at you. Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. It'll help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? If it was Hifumi, then how did he die? How... Are we certain he's dead? Do we actually know this? Okay, here's an idea. He's not actually dead. Yeah. Maybe he's still alive and just, like, took something to make him appear dead. Right? Maybe that's why he moved the bodies. Or bodies. Because he needed it to appear that when they discovered him again, that a body discovered thing happened, but that would happen if he changed the location of the bodies? I don't know. I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Like, what if when Celeste saw Hifumi getting taken by the robot, it was actually Hifumi taking the robot? That's why he made the robot suit, because he knew that the robot would be unconscious at the time? And so he couldn't let the face be seen? I don't know. I feel like Hifumi's behind all this somehow. I'm not sure how, but it's gotta be the case. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Oh, free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hiro could be able to wear that costume. Wait, hold on a sec.
Honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true, I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
It's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible!
was Hiro. Shall we tie him up and gag him? Then explain how Hifumi can drag himself as Robot Justice? No, what I'm saying, it was an optical illusion, right? He was doing the dragging. Like, it looked like he was being dragged, but he was actually the one responsible for the movement, right? Like, imagine you're like, if you were like sitting like against the wall, you could be like shuffling yourself, like sliding on your butts. I don't know. And he definitely woke up. Like, he wasn't dead when we found him. That much is certain. And he wiped his glasses off with the blood stain thing. Hifumi was doing the moonwalk. Exactly. I don't think he's that smart. And everyone here is sort of smart, right?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Tie me up. Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves a fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Additionally, here's the other thing. Hifumi has motive. Like, he and Taka were hating each other earlier. That's the clearest motive of anyone here, other than just if they actually wanted the money. Besides, I doubt what is he, like a fanfiction author? That doesn't pay well.
What the heck?
Can't talk your way out of this. Then decide, you killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me. Additionally, what if Hifumi is actually a really thin, lanky guy that wears a fat suit constantly to lean into the stereotype? How do you know? Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat, Hina started putting on the Robo Justice costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Hina's the one.
I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
Can't bend at the waist, guys! Why would you do that? If you knew the person who was going to in the suit was going to be naturally floppy at the time.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off. Well, now you're all out of excuses. Yeah, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
See, I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
But...
Then there's another costume that must have one that looks the same but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? You claim there is another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Here's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Can someone, like, tell me, man? Robo Justice costume has been added to the Truth Vault section of your handbook. What do you have to say for yourself?
What the heck?
You don't tell me what's going on. How am I supposed to understand? I think I've figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, two people were killed. Taka and Hifumi. What? Two people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it. I did not! Wait, hold on. If those two are the ones that were killed...
How about that?
That's it, I know who did it!
So then,
May as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi are fighting over Alter Ego, right? Oh yeah, we still haven't found that.
I'm at least 30% right.
Which means Alter Ego or Chihiro must have done it.
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us and just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, he got it all wrong.
Oh,
I know, that note. Note? Well, last night someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. Found a hole, maybe we can use it to escape. Monica, we can't find out, so don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. Last thing I remember is going to the rec room, then for some reason I fell asleep.
hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So,
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that. What? Really? I told you someone's been trying to set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape. So, someone wrote that all to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? Oh, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my, pockets.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please, you gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? We're serious. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, Hero. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broken, that's why. Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone will help me. Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for evidence, right? You're right, I need to look for the second suit and the note. If you don't fail me now! Guess I'd better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Genocide Jack to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. I believe Hero's right. It's someone else who killed them and blamed Hero. Exactly, and that someone else was Hifumi. One by one, everyone peeled away. Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? I heard you tell me with the investigation. Oh, good. We're on Team Kyoko again.
It would seem...
Looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. To reject me so simply. Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey.
So, Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl of the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey.
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway,
we have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay, then show me where the bodies are. Oh, and if it is Hifumi, one thing worth noting, if there is also a 16th student, that 16th student has not been showing up to trials, which means you don't actually have to show up to trials. So pretending you are one of the victims could be actually I got it, guys. He's not dead, he just drugged himself. With the same sort of thing he used on Hero. He gets Hero to meet him in the rec room at 1, knocks him out, stuffs him into the suit. That's how he had like 5 hours. Which is more than enough time to have custom designed the suit specifically for Hero. That's why the writing doesn't match Hero's, like, writing. It doesn't match. Because it's Hifumi's writing that he was using to design the suit, which is why it's something so nerdy. Then, when Celeste came, I forget exactly what her account was, but he pretends to get dragged off by Hero in the costume, but actually he's just kind of scooting along, pushing away, uses the blood to douse himself in it to make it look like he was attacked. Which is also why the hammers are going up in sequence. That way he can have the 1. Oh, I tried to attack someone. They didn't die. 2. Oh, I barely survived. Lucky me. 3. I died. 4. The other person died. Then at some point he kills Taka in this whole thing. Maybe those two went and searched for the computer overnight. Then they get into a scuffle. He kills him. Then he's like, oh no, I need to cover this up somehow. Does that. Then he goes. We leave him in the nurse's place. He douses himself in even more blood to look dead. We find him. Same time Taka gets found. We go and find Taka. He gets up, wipes up his glasses, hides somewhere. Then when we're distracted with going back to him, that's when he moves Taka into the thing, drugs himself, so then he appears to be a corpse. And there you go. It was Hifumi the whole time. Again, the fridge blood is not a clue. Alright, it's not officially a clue, but it will be a clue. Mark my words. It'll come up. At trial or something. Or maybe Kyoko will show us. Okay. They're in the repository. Then I guess we should head that way for now. Where's the repository? 3rd floor? Where's the stairs? Look, just you wait. It'll turn out that I, like, called this entire thing exactly how it went down. And you guys are gonna look like fools. Hifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment.
So then.
Well then, let's get started. What if you're not right, then what are you gonna say? Well, I will say that things developed, and I came to the right conclusion eventually. She crouched down next to Taka without hesitation, began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
Monokuma was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth, she was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable myself. What do you make of this?
Let's see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey,
Remember the wristwatch Taka always wore in his left hand? You did? Are you so oblivious to other people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch?
so then.
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? Most likely broke when he had this encounter with his assailants. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. Okay. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6.
That's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey, you! How long were you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls!
In other words,
So, if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning. Broken wristwatch has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Conveniently broken watch, a favorite Mr. Trope? Indeed.
however,
That's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. You're right, there's something white in there.
Makoto,
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
because
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper.
hey,
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Kiyotaka's scrap of paper has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse from the nurse's office where he was discovered to here the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing it. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, which was found in the nurse's office. But... wait a minute, hold on, this is the exact same thing as before. What do you make of it, Kyoko? So, did you find anything?
indeed.
I did, more than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper.
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants, so I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see. In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey,
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto, open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like... it better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note. I found a hole, maybe we can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m. It's the exact same type of note that Hiro was talking about. That places Hifumi at the site of Taka's murder. At the time, too. I mean, guys, it's Hifumi. Who else would it be if not Hifumi at this point? I found a hole, maybe. Anyways, yeah.
so...
That sounds very familiar. That's it. That's the same thing Hiro said. Well, not exactly. Then he was telling the truth.
However,
Although it's not exactly the same, is it? Last night someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. Found a hole, maybe we can use it to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The time is different. Additionally, worth noting, 6 a.m. That's before any of the other encounters with the robots. Which means the hammers were not just counting up sequentially. It was only made to appear that way. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 a.m. But the note they wrote to Hifumi said to meet at 6 a.m.
is that right?
Hold on, just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it had been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. There's some meaning to part of it being ripped. Yep, the other part was Taka. Could you maybe explain it a little more? Think carefully.
Hey,
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
so then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. The note Hifumi had has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Hey,
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said is that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role? I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I'd better keep it in mind. Oh, is it already time for the trial? And to be honest, I think I basically already know how this went down. It was a
Are
filming.
you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school.
Okay.
See you soon.
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where investigation comes to an end. You have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. Okay. Alright. It's trial time! Hey guys. Time for the third class trial, and by the way, don't forget your new skill you got, of course. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation and they were gathered by the red door. And soon we were all there. What? There's two of them? Hello, hello, hello! He's multiplied?
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication, it just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy.
You're not playing along? We're not here to play with you. Okay, fine. Then if everyone's here is ready to go, please board the pain train or the elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we? Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already, I didn't do it for serious, man. That reminds me, did you ever find the other costume or the knot? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprits.
Hey,
This isn't the best place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right, let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. Can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is someone right here. It wasn't me, you gotta believe me.
Yes, yes.
Come on, Big Mac, let's do it!
hey,
The story begins when we get down there. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes. I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. Are you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin arguing. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. It just kept more and more empty. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. Oh, it's different. When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. I was love to run some ads right there. That would have been funny. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. We will save. Super saved. Okay, I don't even think I need to look at the... well, let's set the skills, obviously. Menacing focus. Increases the focus gauge by 5, effective during the class trial. Nice. So we got menacing focus. You still have neural liberation. Focus gauge decreases more slowly during concentration and fever time, effective during the non-stop debates. Hangman's Gambit and the bullet time battle. Oh dang, perfect time to join. Indeed it is. And we also have melodious voice, increases damage to the opponent when a statement is destroyed, effective during the bullet time battle. Okay. Alright, I think the evidence here is pretty obvious. I would look at the Monokuma file again. The victims were well, okay, here's the issue. If Hifumi is the killer and is still alive, then that means the Monokuma file is lying, which I don't think would happen. Unless we're talking a murder-suicide, but this is far too pre-planned to be murder-suicide. Okay. So killed with similar weapons. The tarp was found. Disappearance used in order to move Taka. The dolly was found. Presumably used in the... Got the glasses. Now, the glasses only make sense, really, if he was conscious again. This was cleaned. This was locked. This is blood. This was used to wipe the glasses. Fumi's body disappeared when they went to the bathroom. It didn't take long. This is Gasuhiro's message. Like, this handwriting doesn't match at all. Someone had terrible handwriting. In addition, anyone wearing it would not be able to see their feet or bend at the waist more than 90 degrees. I think that's relevant. Found a hole. Like, that's pretty believable. Each student has a handbook. Okay. I still believe it's Hifumi, but we'll see where this goes.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
Don't go jump to conclusions.
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Hot calling the kettle black much?
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hero, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know.
Is Hero really the killer? Or, before anything else, we have to make that clear. The costume, the message, or the blueprints? Okay.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No, just hold on a second.
Alright.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof.
Okay, hold on. The message. Because the handwriting doesn't match between the blueprints and the message.
Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Indeed.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
I guess that's possible.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on. I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
And he is not the only one. I think Hero is innocent as well.
What?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit?
Well, Hero, actually.
Is it like Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me.
So, who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit, was... I mean, I think it must have been Hero, not the Illuminati.
I got it! Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
No, he's not the prime suspect of murder, he's the prime suspect of being in the suit. Two different things.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
Let him cook, come on.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
Oh, that's pretty
It
obvious.
would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
Yeah,
Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
of course. The things that were used to move Taka's body, they must have been the dolly, of course,
I got it!
and the tarp. Still one more thing. And the tarp.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room.
Mm-hmm.
So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body.
Yep.
That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
And the specific method of moving the body, I don't think is that important, but okay.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Yeah, it just makes moving things easier.
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right?
Yeah, basically.
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
We can prove it. There's blood tracks.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong, and nobody expects much from you anyway.
Celeste, I thought we had a decent relationship.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
I spearheaded the last 2 investigations! Well, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean, but maybe I can change your mind? If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. A new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. Just like locking on, you'll have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. Basically, just remember that the tab key now has a function along with the right mouse and left mouse button. Gotcha. You automatically reload at the start of fever time, and your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. In which case, you can ignore everything I just said. Well then, good luck and have fun. Oh wait, it's this word. Okay, here we go.
You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool.
I've lost the beat.
Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree.
Okay.
You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you.
Oh, well, that was so close. Are you absolutely positive? Yes.
This should prove it.
Oh. Don't forget fever time. How do you... Was it spacebar for fever time? I forgot.
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it. That meant the killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room.
Exactly.
And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Somewhat irrelevant detail, but okay. Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo-Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
If you look at how the body was moved, it'll be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? Well then, let's look at this. Robo-Justice costume, reposition dolly, Robo-Justice blueprints. Okay.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room.
Yeah.
And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Whoa! You can't bend over! It's not possible! It does not have the necessary articulation!
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together, remember?
I'm blind as bad in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
Really?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
True.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
Can't be taken off once you're inside it, stupidly. There's absolutely no chance that the costume is taken off just to move the body, because once it's on, you can never take it off. Or no, you can't take it off by yourself.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. That'll help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing! There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Indeed.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it.
True.
Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
Yes.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
No.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice?
Guys, I'm telling you, I'm right about this. Look at the way his arms are. They're resting on his shoulders. That is not how you drag someone away. You'd have no leverage. You would reach up underneath of their armpits. In fact, if I were wanting to push someone who was holding me, I'm just saying, it seems reasonable enough to me.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
Allegedly deceased. How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Oh, Justice, sir, that's what I decided to call him just now. That's what I just decided to call him just now, really? Where'd you get that name from, Hifumi, eh?
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion.
Thank you, Kyoko.
Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
And besides, guys, if it's not Hiro, and it's not Kyoko, because Kyoko's cool, right? She's not a murderer. Who else could it be? It's like everyone else has an alibi except for Hifumi, because he was allegedly getting murdered at the time of the killing. Okay.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
Wait, do you actually know who attacked you? Well, no. She said she was attacked by the robots.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw the shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Sus, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
and then...
Ah! Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi! He's in the nurse's office! This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the third floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository.
Consider Leon? What about him?
Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
Saying this could have been a murder in self-defense?
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole
Or a
thing
homicide in
sounds
self-defense,
exceptionally
technically.
complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation.
Okay.
And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. Broken Watch, the File 3, and Yasuhiro's message. Okay.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Do we?
Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Well, that's not inaccurate.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Okay, so we know what the issue here is. We just need to figure out which statement specifically is the contradiction.
Regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
We'll go with the watch. Okay, never mind. Come on, Makoto, don't scare me like that. Makes me think something weird is going on. You think about it one more time. There must be a contradiction there somewhere. Oops. Dang it! No, okay. We already come to an end of debates? No, we haven't. Well, the class trial is officially adjourned. Time to reveal who's been the blackened. Ha ha ha! How did I get voted? What the heck? I wasn't even a suspect.
For all of us?
Yeah, okay, let's give it another shot. Come on.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay, I guess it must have been the other stage one that was. I mean, I know it's the watch that we gotta use here. And it could be the mess. Wait, no, it's not the message. It's gotta be the watch.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
The what?
Shoot.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died,
Can I hold on?
or perhaps it was after?
So it's not the watch. Okay, what are the options here?
Order they were killed in.
We got the file, Yasuhiro's message. That
The numbering of the
would
justice
be.
hammer.
That's just the thing.
Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See?
And maybe it's that the file doesn't specifically state when they were killed? Maybe that's the thing here?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Are we going for order or
Taka
hammers?
came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
The order that the Justice Hammers are used to commit the murders. Something about that has bothered me.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's the hammers? The hammers? The file never mentions the hammers?
Regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
What the heck?
Shoot.
There must be a contradiction.
So,
Okay, what do we got? So we got the watch, you got the... Yeah, I guess it's Yasuhiro's message. Is Yasuhiro's message not the handwriting, though?
after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
Or is this just his, like... Okay, hold on.
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
What the... I've literally almost done every possible permutation.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
What?
Is
What? Okay, hold on.
give up yet.
Don't you have flashback moments or something? Oh, right. How does that... What is the controls on that?
Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We
Seriously, what are the
already know
controls
what
on
order
that?
They were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the justice hammers.
It's true that Hifumi...
Hold on, so what are the controls? Focus, concentration, fast forward, weak spots, truth blots. If you hit a weak spot and then hold down left mouse button, you can use the weak spot as a temporary truth bullet later in the argument. Okay, gotcha. Whoops.
While Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Forgot about that mechanic entirely. My apologies.
So, regarding
I still think the watch proves that Taka died first, by the way, just for the record.
Or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
No, it's wrong.
Is that even a contradiction? Cause like, hold on.
There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers.
I guess, like, yeah. It's not really a contradiction, like they could have been used in the same order as their numbers. I don't know.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Okay, now we use the watch. Sheesh. Sometimes these games can be kind of annoying. Okay. Okay, Alright, so we got a really long word here, actually. With an R and an A. What is it, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Our space is a thing. Wristwatch. That's what it is. Come on, S. There we go.
I got it. Taka's wristwatch.
Yeah, it totally would have been invalid to present that last time.
See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night,
Hey you! How long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
so if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
Correct.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Yes.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window.
Oh, this is true.
Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Unless Hifumi isn't really dead. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi! He's in the nurse's office! This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
In any case, we saw him alive.
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
With grasping all the straws, man, makes you look suspicious.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
Yes.
Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles.
True.
So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
He moved it himself.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in here and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
Yes.
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
What did I tell you guys? I'm going to be so vindicated with this.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
Yeah, this is obvious.
Alive?
Of course he was! He talked to you! Think, Hina, think!
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
He how do you forget this?
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
We did everyone forget that we literally saw him come back from the dead? Like, the idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible? Yes. Yes, it is. This is a confirmed fact.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
Yes.
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
It was, for sure.
Are you
Okay, that was
saying
carryover.
when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office,
Because, yeah, it's not going to watch.
there's a chance he was actually still
So we're going to use Kyoko's statement on
It is impossible.
Celeste's.
Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when
Okay.
we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Someone else's had at the time, actually.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
Indeed.
First of all, if two bodies had been found, there really should have been two announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We were asking if you're a lazy bum.
Actually, did answer the question.
No, actually, that was plenty. Huh? He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time. Even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement. The first time we played was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment room. The second time was when both bodies were rediscovered.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the two bodies.
Ding dong, ding dong. A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin!
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet.
Wow.
Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know!
Well then.
Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
What?
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Do dead people speak? Have I gone mad?
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
As we prove that Hifumi was still alive, I have to find it and show everyone. You know, other than, you know, his last words! What? Oh. It was a poignant scene. How did everyone forget it? Okay, it's gotta be the glasses.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
That's where you're wrong.
No, it's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
Yeah, people with glasses love playing
When
dead,
we
that's
found
why.
Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The evidence I found was, of course, the... glasses cleaning cloth.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
Yeah, probably.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... what exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
So he could see.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
True.
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet.
Yep.
And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
Basically.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
Well, there happens to be some IVs in the nurse's office. Right, chat?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains...
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, chat?
Probably used one of those.
You owe me an apology. You owe me an apology.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out. So
See,
he just dumped it
just because it's not a truth bullet doesn't mean it's not relevant.
But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. Oh, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
And this is basically exactly what I said going into this. I'm pretty happy with this. It was Hifumi.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
Mm-hmm.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
Yep.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
Indeed.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
Sure, Kyoko.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed.
Alright, go for it.
You know what I'm talking about,
Oh,
right, Makoto?
it's me?
The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Ah, yes. The thing that Hifumi stole from Taka 'twas none other than... the notes.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
And come on, we literally did a genital examination on the last murder victim. Like, come on, guys.
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I found a hole, maybe we can use it to escape. Oniguma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
Not quite.
Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And
Nice.
that person could only have been...
Taka. Hifumi's pants! No, it's Taka.
I got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
On what grounds?
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
Yes.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Happy! Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right? Ugh! Yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still. I can't let her get to me. Oh wow, 5. It's gonna be...
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
I think we probably used the watch there.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing
anything to do with TikTok?
Actually, I think you'll find it does if you check out TikTok's TikTok Watch.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet.
Oh, don't even tell me it's Super Mario 64's TikTok clock. That's like next.
The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that. No further objections!
Thanks, Joe.
Then someone used that note to trick Taka, just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Yeah.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
The proof is this. It's a scrap of paper. Matches up perfectly with the notes.
I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There is only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from its death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get all that right?
Just about.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure.
But did he act alone, or was there someone else?
In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive.
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
Maybe he, like, messed up or something? Maybe the idea was, oh, I'll take, like, some drugs that'll make me look dead. But then he, like, overdosed.
The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository, so he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
Which is why there's a clean hammer.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body.
Oh, it could be anyone.
In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus! Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
Yes.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
Is it Celeste? If it's Celeste, then she could have, like, posed that photo how she wanted. But wouldn't money be a great motivator for the ultimate gambler?
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then...
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and there definitely aren't a bunch of hammers in the sculpting area.
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi is the hammer. The clean one.
What was used to kill Hifumi?
Well,
Was it Justice Hammer 3?
no.
Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance!
Yeah. And it... Well, it is the Justice Hammer 5, technically. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I want to stab your seriously adorable face off. It's the... okay, well. Let's listen to the whole thing. I got a bit eager there.
Was it Justice Hammer?
And it could literally be that statement.
Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
Nah, it's actually just a normal hammer. I should check out that website sometime. I wonder if that's a real website.
The weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
Yes.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Yeah.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder.
Unless you're planning on betraying the person in the first place.
So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... I doubt any of these are going to get.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on it.
Well, it's not impossible.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were 2 murders.
Oops, wrong button. Is the possibility of an accomplice really that insane, or is there some chance?
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us,
Yeah, it's none of
even
these.
if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that 2 people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were 2 murders.
Yes, 2 murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply...
No, that's wrong. Since there were 2 murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering.
I don't want it to be Celeste, but I'm kind of getting an inclination it might be her.
Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Maybe Byakuya? I don't know.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you.
Why would he?
However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that 2 people could act as each other's accomplices to commit 2 separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
Uh-huh.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating 2 separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies.
But of course, Hifumi wouldn't have agreed to be the second murder victim.
By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
Yeah.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
The effort made to convince us the 2 murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning. Which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing? Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's only one person who seems to fit. Okay, so let's go over this. It's not me, I know it's not me. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. It's definitely not Sakura or Hina. They've been, like, with each other they're the ones with actual alibis. It could be Kyoko. She was even the one that found Hiro, but we wouldn't have gotten this far if it weren't for her. Like, it doesn't make sense she'd be this helpful. It's not you. Unlikely? And it's gotta be Celeste, right? She was the one who helped Hifumi set up the robots photo. And she seemed off this whole time.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that brain-fat, lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot!
Oh.
Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
Oh, would they both calling the robot by its actual name? What is it that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Encountering the individual, the screaming, or the paper. Encountering the individual.
I got it. The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious.
They're the only ones who ever actually saw it.
The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
Hey.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was walking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on. We have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
Wow.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Then why don't we split up into two groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well, then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will have the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
Yeah.
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead.
I certainly was not expecting this. Did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's anyone could have come to that conclusion.
You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait, then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're all going to die just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Yeah.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room.
Okay.
Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
Ooh.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Uh-huh. Like you said, Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. But what is he alluding to?
All I said was... They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it?
Well,
What's
it's...
so strange about Celeste's comment?
Okay, maybe I can conflict with that. We take those guys and go with Strange.
They must really
As if we were like the Avengers or something?
The sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
What? Don't expect me to do the work for you. Figure it out yourself why her comment doesn't make sense.
Shoot. All I said was...
Wait,
You
okay.
must really be enjoying this. Enjoying
I don't think it's a
the sight
count.
of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated.
What's in her account?
We are all going to die here.
Could be all.
We are going to die, just
Yeah,
like
but-
those guys
Yeah, it
died.
could be strange.
And that is
Saying
all
those
I
guys
said.
is strange.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it?
Dude.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
And so I said what she did, she shouldn't have known yet. With that in mind, what's so strange about what she said is...
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys.
That should work both ways, come on!
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Yeah?
Imaginations.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw.
You're going for the camera play here?
What about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanations? It wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. The only other possibility is Hifumi is dragging the suspect away. Hifumi and the suspect are dancing. Hifumi and the suspect had been drinking. And it's gotta be this one, right?
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
You were right all along? Yeah, I know.
Such a thing
What? Do not doubt me.
is utterly impossible.
How so?
Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi is dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible? Okay.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Unless the suit was like specifically made in such a way that it had very little articulation.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Ooh.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate? Don't make me laugh, you idiot!
Oh.
What do you mean, checkmate?
What? You never lost before?
Celeste? Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Use your accomplice. Hey Fumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right, I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
She's surprisingly not great at lying. I don't know, I mean, I think she's pretty good. She's held up pretty good so far.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Right, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
What?
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoka, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
Did he said for serious lot, he gave everyone nicknames, he said people's last names. I don't actually know. Do you know what Celeste's last name is? We'll go with last names.
That's right, our last names. He called us all by our last names.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr.
Yep,
Hifumi
yep,
more
yep.
than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to. And that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well? Do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Could you show us your card? Your ID? Celeste still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg! God damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
I'm sorry, but we do.
No, that's wrong. That's it. The handbook.
what?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
The handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
She's got a bad hand. A bad handbook, more like.
Privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning,
Okay.
and shed light on all your crimes.
Oh. Andreas.
And that'll bring everything to an end.
Register yourself in a murder. Okay. Got 10 minutes. So Hifumi goes in. He's talking like, hey, let's plan a thing. Okay, so they start planning. There's a handshake, I guess. They work together. Handshake. Act 2. Hifumi. He... I just say he sends out messages, but... I don't see that anywhere here. What time? Oh, what time did the killer? Okay, yeah. Well, in that case, it was... Right, okay, so he calls him in at 1. Comes in. Then, from here... This is some chips. It's like, hey, what's going on here? Oh, wow, you get drugged. Put into the costume. From here, we get a nice little picture of the costume. Like, oh no, I'm getting dragged away. Watch out. Then, Taka gets invited. Hifumi comes on in. And next thing you know, it's... what is it? It's Justice Hammer 4 time, maybe? Yeah, Justice Hammer 4. Boom. Get whacked. Actually, wait a minute. It can't be bloody already. In that case... What time was Taka supposed to head to the equipment? Oh, okay. It's another time-based thing. It's... So it was around 6 o'clock, right? Okay, so from the perspective of the wristwatch. Okay, there we go. 6 o'clock, Taka comes in. Oh my goodness, it's murder time. Whoa! Now he's dead. Wait a minute, this camera's happening over here. Oh, no, it isn't. That's you showing the camera. Okay. And so now, Justice Hammer 4 has been used in a murder. Celeste comes in. Oh no, I've been attacked. Here's the footage. Look at this. Then we get over to Hifumi. He's like, oh no. I got hit by Justice Hammer 2. But don't worry, I'm in the nurse's office now. I used blood on myself, on my face. And I gotta go. Oh wait, no. I got found. And you guys all got here. We witness it. Yeah, we witnessed murder. We're like, no. No, we're not. You weren't here. Are you here? No, you're not. What is this? Chips? Why are there chips? What's this? Which Justice Hammer was in the nerfs? Oh, alright, yeah. Oh no, it's Justice Hammer 3. Right, yeah, I forgot about that. Found him dead. Oh no, we found him dead. Same time. Wow. And now, it's time for Hifumi to move the body. Boom. Comes on in. Oh wow, I did it, good job. But you get murdered, boom. And now, that hammer's been utilized. Okay, so just to recap. This is a long one. All right. Hifumi approaches Celeste and says, hey, we should work together. Celeste says, yeah, let's do it. They make a deal. Haha. Yeah. Hifumi's thinks they're both gonna get out. Celeste knows better. At approximately 1 in the morning, Hero comes in due to them having invited him previously. They double. He's like, what's going on here? And then boom. Oh no, he's been attacked and subdued, shoved into a robot suit. Then a picture is taken of him abducting Hifumi to be used later. Next, 6 a.m., Taka is seen in the equipment room that Hifumi invited him to. Hifumi goes for the kill with Justice Hammer 4. And yeah, he didn't stand a chance. Broke the watch though. And there you go, just like that, Justice Hammer 4 has been used in murder. Meanwhile, well, not meanwhile, later, Celeste is found having supposedly been attacked. She shows the evidence of, like, oh no, he attacked me. Look, and there's a robot who got Hifumi. We go down to check on Hifumi and find him having been attacked with Justice Hammer 2. Bring him to the nurse's office. He uses the blood on himself to set up a crime scene wherein he's been attacked via Justice Hammer 3. We find him. He's dead. We find Taka. He's dead. Then, as in the scramble, we all like run together. Hifumi gets out of the nurse's office, comes on down, wraps up Taka, moves him to the new murder scene, where Hifumi and Celeste meet up. Hifumi's celebrating, yeah, we're gonna get away with murder, huzzah! And Celeste's like, yeah, we are. Well, not we. We're going to get away with murder in the sense that we're both going to be participants, I the murderer and you the murderee. And there, just like that, Hifumi has died.
Here's exactly what happened. Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
And why's everyone trickling in now?
With an accomplice,
When the
the killer
murder's
was able to
solved.
execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did.
Yep.
We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for.
Told you that would be relevant.
From the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3, and turn the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned,
Trial. Trial.
Meanwhile, The other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape.
Wow.
When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. They did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
Oh. Sorry, Celeste.
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
I lost?
Yeah, get used to it. Wow.
I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Oh man, wait. Like her whole personality up till now was an act? That's impressive.
Interesting.
There we go. A rank. Alright.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
Man. Sad to see her go. I liked her.
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote, okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote.
Sounds like you have a type for killers. Yeah.
When the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Playing Texas Hold'em, we all go all in, and then everyone got a better hand than Celeste. Seems like it. It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The Blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was... Celestia Ludenberg, or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro!
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? Can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty, don't make me laugh. And have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then did you use, you know... I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Tifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but... it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What was with that? What are you all talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt me. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop, as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you're the one that stole it?
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. Oh, what are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
what? Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. What?
So then...
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken a you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the pictures as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him! But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me, he threatened me.
Oh.
He did?
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then, it's hard for me to even say, he abused me.
What?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime! An absolute crime! I mean, I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but...
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far! It was amazing how completely he bought it. I cannot express how enjoyable that... I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, you will be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you.
indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself. That bastard.
Is unforgivable.
Bastard, 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 bastard.
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear!
I have to save her.
Actually,
Then would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that, but it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
So why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it!
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice, so I'm glad your stupidity surpassed even my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry, man.
Well,
But when you were explaining your plan to Ifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Ifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, when someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And he really believed that. Well, of course, that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Ifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Ifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward. Stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the love of the opponent. In fact, Ifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly right up until the moment of his death.
so in the end,
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little...
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it, I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here. I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And you wanna know why, huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. Accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
There's no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. And what was that dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. A castle? And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream till the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability is to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people, I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared.
Yes, indeed.
That's right, I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette. Didn't she, like, famously have, like, a brutal death, too?
Hey,
You'd just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her. You all done? Okay, let's get rolling. The block and disturb the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
I know what this is gonna be. Roulette, maybe?
I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then... Take care, everyone.
Yeah. Russian roulette could be fitting.
Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Game over. Celeste has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Oh, I mean, I guess at least she gets her castle. The burning of the Versailles Witch. Oh, a fire truck. That's cruel. Well done. It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend, too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die. You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation. Pass the torch. Have some decorum. What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here. You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes, but that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did you get some kind of key type object from Celeste? So what's the deal with that? Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. What did you do? What did you do to me? Huh? What?
Hey.
Answer me. What did you do to my body? Huh? Oh man, oh geez, oh man, oh geez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean? Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here. Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course. See ya! Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
So...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers. What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey.
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey.
I'm going to go alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone? I mean, everyone who was, let's just say, not really fit for being around the object is already dead at this point.
So...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I meant. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
Hugh? Please let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo.
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay? Huh? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means? No? Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? Yeah.
So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw... Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko-san so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So now we can officially say the case is closed? As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but... Can we take a second, since we both have this opportunity? I want you to be honest with me. Kyoka, please tell me, what are you trying to do while on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? That just makes me even more worried.
What?
Right? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that?
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too? No, I don't think you're the spy. I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you too. Yeah, the mysteries do keep piling up. Just a little bit more. Then...
That's fine.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see... What I heard from Kyoka then was... Well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own 2 eyes. So I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoka really be right about this? Or is it all just a trap and Kyoka's about to kill me? Unlikely. I trust Kyoko. She's the best among us. Well, there's a storage closet, eh? It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoka told me about. Could it really be hidden here? Cleaning supplies? She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously. Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in. At the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. What? Huh? I'd fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoka had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? Alright, what's these? Okay, crumpled papers aren't interesting. Or no papers are interesting. What? There's a bunch of files and what look like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. This is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand, but before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file, and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave. What is this? My head feels Funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before. But I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? What? She did kill me. A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Ugh! Oh! Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness? That's all I understood. The dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. No, it's empty! The books! An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone! The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The incessant pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room. Get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back towards my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. Couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound... It's coming from... the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame toward the gym. Also, the eye wasn't always green, was it? The sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here in the gym? The eye changes based on time. Okay. It's unknown time now. I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. Sound coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Yeah. It's just gonna be Tucker working out, right? Yeah. What? Before me, there raged the battle beyond anything humanly possible. No one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. Forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
Deal? The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Sakura, be careful.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then could it be... The Mastermind spy is... Chapter 3, a next generation legend, stand tall, galactic hero. The end. We're down to just 7. To be continued. Oh, I got a Super Robo Justice. Wow. Alright, we'll save that. And, yeah. That is going to be it for today's stream. I hope you all enjoyed. We'll be back next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Or even more craziness. Oh. The overarching plot is getting quite thick indeed. But anyways, thanks for being here, guys. And have a wonderful rest of your day or evening or whatever. Goodbye.